Well, well. Hello. Hello, everyone. It's Friday night. It's me. You're here. I'm here. It's Friday night shading. Let's shade on Friday night. How about that? Yes, so let me know if the sound settings are good. If I'm too loud, if the music's too loud. The music's just starting, so who knows if it's too loud. How you doing, chat? You okay? Yes. Yes, we have one frame coloured. The rest I'm still working on. So we'll be finishing off the shading tonight, and then applying these colours to the whole, how many frames? 57 frames. And if we get that done, then I've got this one that I've started. She's backing out of this room. You can't really tell it's a room because I haven't coloured the background yet, but you get the idea. Right. So let's do it. Let's do it. Music is a bit low. It looks like it is as well, yeah. Let's crank it up a bit. How about that? I can see, yeah, I'm still audible over the music. So, the news. Kentaro Miura died. Berserk Man died. So, my sympathy to all you Berserk fans who will now never ever get to see how it ends after reading it for what, 30 years? So unfortunate. I remember visiting my friend Ben when he first moved to Japan. This would have been 20 years ago. And he was reading Berserk. That was 20 years ago. 20 years ago, and I think it was the goblin stuff. It was the ogre stuff. Kind of filler stuff, you know. And he was saying, like, I wonder if it'll ever end, and here we are 20 years later. Nope, no ending for anyone. George R.R. Martin is next. I'm gonna crank the volume down at my end here. There we go. Alright, so what third tones do I have to put on? I think I've done most of them. I really should name my layers. Look how many layers I have. In R-Type news, R-Type Final 2 is out after many years, and I've heard mixed things about it. If you remember the old arcade days, games would often be front-loaded. They knew that very few people, maybe like 5% of people, would actually finish a game, so they put all the cool stuff at the start, knowing that most of the work would never be seen at the end. Apparently, R-Type Final 2 is completely the opposite. It starts off very unimpressive and gets good like much later on. A bold move, but yeah, interesting. Indeed. The news source from me. I'll give you all the terrible news and the good news, I guess. So it's, for me, it is 12 minutes past midnight right now. My sleeping hours are a bit messed up, so I've literally only just woken up. I set an alarm to make myself wake up in time for the streaming. Unfortunately, I woke up too late to eat. I don't have any bread in the house or meat, so I can't make sandwiches. And none of the shops open until 7 AM, so my plan is stream as long as I can, survive on cereals until it becomes morning. I think that's a pretty decent plan. And coffee, obviously. Oh, indeed, yeah. We've all got the messed up sleeping times. I've never really... I mean, I don't really have time to read anyway, so most of my stuff is in audiobook form. But I've heard a couple of the original Conan stories in audiobook form on, like, audio fiction podcasts and whatnot. And it is quite nice. It is quite nice hearing something that's, this is kind of like the prototype for all the sword and sorcery stuff that we know of today. I expected it to be like super outdated, but it really wasn't. It really wasn't. Five-hour walk. Indeed, yeah. Well, take like a big flask of coffee or something with you, I guess. Is this Times of Law or something? This sounds very... No, it's Fire Lord, okay. Sounds very medieval. Gather round, adventurers, and let's do some shading. Here, in the tavern. By the gods! A murder most foul! Oh, indeed, especially Flash Gordon, yeah. So he got the opening crawl from, isn't it? Oh, well, thank you for dropping in and leaving a like. Much appreciated. Do likes help on the algorithm? Like, why am I putting a third tone on the hair? Oh, okay, I know why. Because we do have a third tone on the hair. We don't have a third tone on the hair when it's the other palette, when she's outside in the dark corridor, but she's in the light room at the moment, so we do have third tone. Indeed. In production news, Mackie now has TVPaint and is helping me colour. So that's going to speed things up a lot. I'd let them pick what my firstborn was named after, because joke's on them, I don't intend on ever having kids. How would I support a child? How would I do it? I just sit in my room animating all day. I make minimum wage. Not sure it would go too well. Oh, she probably will, yeah. She probably will. Nah, I'm not. You know, the whole Metal Gear meme of we need to pass on our genes. I've never really been interested in it. I guess some people are just born absolutely happy to leave the world and leave nothing behind, I suppose. Most of it's because I'm I don't know, I'm a workaholic that just likes being on my own, I suppose. My uncle's like that, you know, minus the workaholic part. I mean, it disappoints when it misses, I guess. So I am going to grab a coffee in a little bit. I think we'll do our coffee break early today, maybe at past or something. Damn, the other day I was working on a scene and I had my headphones on, and yet I could still hear my stomach just making these absolutely bizarre noises. It actually started annoying me after a while. It's just like just constantly. It was doing it like in 30-second intervals. I wasn't hungry or anything. I will admit, I stopped what I was doing and told it to shut up. For what good that does. But yeah, hopefully we won't be hearing any of that on the stream. Because now that I got a decent microphone, this thing picks up everything from right across the room as well. So we got the microphone, we've got the green screen, we've got the decent camera. Now I just need to sort out some studio lights to actually light the green screen. So I think after this stream I will do that. So, you know, in a stream or two, hopefully, you could look forward to my face on the screen looking at you. How many frames do I animate with these characters? It totally depends on the scene. I mean, this is a scene where I haven't put the wall in yet. She's kind of backing out of the room along a wall, and so it needed to be about 3 seconds. So at 18 frames per second, it came out as 55. How many? 56, 57 frames. So yeah, it depends. Depends on what pacing you're going for. I'm really not a fan. I don't know when Hollywood started doing it, but I noticed it and I hated it. I'm not a fan of super quick jump cuts. You never get those in 80s movies, not really. And now every fight scene... Mortal Kombat was like that, wasn't it? The new Mortal Kombat. Not as bad as a lot, but still just like okay, we can't really do real choreography, so we're going to hide it by cutting to another angle literally once every 2 seconds. I mean, it's not as bad as that Bourne film, that I forget which Bourne film it was, that it has like, you know, it's just one fight scene that lasts about 3 minutes, and I think it has like 1,000, 2,000 cuts. And I get why they do it. They think it looks frenetic and real, but all it does is it just distracts. It just distracts really badly. So I like my scenes to be at least, even if it's a really quick like cut of someone's eyes like looking shocked or whatever, I like it to at least be 2 seconds. Like nothing shorter than 2 seconds. But yeah, Hollywood does that shit all the time. It's been annoying me for a long time. You know, especially because of the old Hong Kong action movies that I used to watch a lot. Like there were no quick cuts. Everything was on the screen, so you could see it and you could soak it in. 100 people shooting guns at some guy who's like jumping in slow motion behind a car. I mean, they'd even do things in slow motion. In slow motion. Now everything has to be as quick as possible. It's just a waste of the cameraman's work, I think. Yeah. I mean, the cocaine factory scene had a couple here and there, didn't it? But it is. Thank you for $15 there, Wiz. I'm sure that should appear on the sandwich fund any moment. Hold on. Hold on a second. One moment. Oh yeah, there we go. Whoa! There it is. Okay. Here's what I'm talking about, yeah? So the RoboCop cut. There's a couple of really quick ones, but look, I'll turn the sound off. Well, I'll put the sound on really low. Here's the Bourne Ultimatum, yeah? Looks good so far. Like, count these cuts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The only slow bits are the woman walking around. Like, can you see what's going on in this fight? Because I can't. I haven't got a clue where anyone is. I mean, the whole stream's going to get demonetized because I'm showing a clip, but it's not monetized anyway, is it? But yeah, this is the absolute antithesis. This is everything I hate in fight scenes. Having grown up with Hong Kong fight scenes, where everything's clear and on the screen. Like, this is just two guys slapping at each other in a playground. Speed it up, cut the camera away, and there you go. People are impressed. And I remember people are impressed down in the comments of that video. People are like, this is the best fight scene I've ever seen. This is so real. Anyway, that's my rant. That's my rant for the day. Thank you. That's very kind of you to say. I remember seeing that film at the cinema and I was just like, oh. I was getting like, what's the word, like vertigo or whatever. Yeah, now there's, yeah, they live. There's a fight scene. I mean, it's not technically the best fight scene ever. They're not exactly doing super choreographed moves, but damn is it good. And it goes on for so long. And he never puts the glasses on. Oh, what a film. Still think The Thing is the best John Carpenter film, but I think The Thing is one of the best films ever made, so crazy how it got terrible reviews at the time. I guess it really does show how reviews aren't done in a vacuum. It all depends on what other films are coming out and stuff at the time. Oh, well, happy birthday, Kevin. Happy birthday to you. Yeah, are you as old as me, though? Are you 43 years old? Ooh, give me your youth. do you want some years? I'll trade you. Oh, I'd love to be 34 again. Alright, what else? What else? Yeah, there's one more tone 3 to put on. And it's a curve. This will be fun. I hate curves. If we do it like this, it should be alright. Just need to get into the swing of it. Yeah, there we go. Takes a couple of goes usually. But if you can muscle memory it. Oh shit, really? Yeah, arthritis is horrible. My grandma had it. She had the rheumatoid arthritis, so like every part of her body she basically couldn't move. So yeah, that's something. That's one of those things like cancer that humanity should really have wiped out a long time ago because it causes untold misery. And maybe if we could stop complaining at each other on social media, we could actually concentrate on destroying the bad things in life. Not that I could contribute much to, cancer research. full-time Let's Player. I don't think I'd be very good at the whole Let's Play thing. I mean, for one thing, I'm really bad at games. Although that could be entertaining, I suppose. But I don't have the ability to talk on the fly and, you know, make funny observations. You should see me on VR chat. Like, someone will come up to me on VR chat and say something, and I'm like, yeah, uh-huh. It's like that really awkward guy at a party kind of thing. Like, I have no idea how to talk to people. No, strangely enough, when I actually go out, I mean, it's been a long time since anyone's gone out. But when I go out drinking to corporation or whatever, I'm fine. I can talk to people. It's not a problem. But I guess that's what you get for being a animator shut in. What have I been watching recently? I'm almost through the second season, the new one of Love, Death and Robots on Netflix. Not as good as the first one, I don't think. And I heard a bunch of stuff about this Netflix show. I think it's Netflix, Shadow and Bone. Everyone's like, oh, it's the new Game of Thrones. It's the new Game of Thrones. So I'm about 4 episodes into that, and it's just like, yeah, right, I guess. Okay, I suppose. I'm not sure why people say it's the new Game of Thrones. I mean, it has no violence or blood or boobs in it, or swearing or anything like that. Wonder Egg Priority. My housemate keeps trying to get me to watch that, so I think I will. I think I will watch it. Yeah, I was on VR chat with Mackie recently because there was a I miss going to corporation. You know, that's the metal club that I go to here in Sheffield. And so Maggie managed to find some metal clubs on VR chat. So, you know, that's better than nothing. Obviously I don't have a VR headset or anything, I'm just a desktop peasant. Mackie has a is it an Oculus Quest? It's the Quest thing. Whoever makes the Quest thing. And upon getting onto VR chat, it turns out that most of the worlds aren't accessible to Quest. So that kind of scuppered that plan. So hopefully they'll do something about that. Because, you know, I don't know anything about VR really. I thought you get a VR headset, doesn't matter which one, you put it on your head, and everything in VR chat, you could just, you know, go to any of the worlds and see any of the avatars or whatever. But no, most of them seem to be completely locked out of the Quest. Yeah, I can't imagine doing like weekly or even monthly animations. They'd have to be 2 seconds long. And you're not, if you want YouTube to pay you money, then obviously 2 seconds long is no good. The algorithm is definitely in favour of sit in front of a camera and talk for half an hour. Like, you're not going to animate something for half an hour every couple of weeks. I mean, luckily I never made any money out of YouTube anyway, so I wasn't affected in any way by them saying, "Hey, animators, go fuck yourselves." That was the official statement, I think, from YouTube. You know, it's a soulless corporation. It does what it wants. It does what the shareholders in their focus groups say, I suppose. I don't know. I don't know why they don't, but yeah, it seems most of the worlds and most of the avatars don't work. So if you're on a quest like Maki, all she could see was like grey robots with prefab missing written on them or something. Oh, thank you! Thank you for the $10. How are your other projects coming along? I mean, it's all go on this one. It's all go on this one at the moment. I wouldn't put a release date to it, because every time I say something is going to be finished by this date, it's always wrong. It always turns out to be like another 5 months later. So I think it's making good progress. I think we're getting close to the end. I'm definitely on the last shots when it comes to, you know, inking them now. But obviously then I have to go back and colour. Most of the backgrounds and everything are done. I'd say it's about 80% done. Why hasn't the so much fun moved? I'm always confused by that. Because it definitely counts super chats, doesn't it? I think it counts super chats, and yet, or does it? Oh no, I think it has to go through. I think it has to go through Streamlabs, doesn't it, for it to actually move? What is the new animation project on? Well, this one is a sci-fi action thriller that I'm working on. And after this, we're going into full production on a kind of, I don't know about feature length, but you know, 45 minutes OVA length mech film. But that'll be a while. We have to finish this one first. Oh, I see. Quest is all in one headset running an Android, so it has less power than a PC powered headset that relies on your machine for computation. Yeah. I can see how VR chat could become very addictive, not just, you know, walking around talking to people, but making worlds and stuff. A couple of years ago, I did try making a world on VR chat. Obviously, you have to, for someone like me who's bad at learning new things, it was a nightmare because you have to watch a bunch of tutorials for Unity, and then how to actually get a world into VR chat and how to put the what is it, like I mean, the colliders weren't too bad. I had no problem with that, but the light. Putting the light reflection sources in and everything, it just didn't work, and nothing was working. And you know, it's one of those cases where I looked at it and I'd spent like 2 months trying to do this thing which wasn't getting anywhere, and I knew that I would keep working on it. I knew, because that's what I do. Like, if something doesn't work, I just keep going at it. You know, the definition of insanity, just keep doing the same thing and hoping it will work this time. That's totally me. And so I knew it was taking time away from my animation, And so I just deleted everything. I deleted all the files. So even though sometimes I wake up and I have like this burning urge. I'm like, oh, all that work, I should finish it off. And then I realize, oh, I can't, because I knew that I'd feel like that in the future. So past me preempted me by deleting all of the files. That's the only way to stop myself from wasting time on stuff I'm not going to be able to do. Oh, the Street Fighter one is on hold at the moment. We moved to this one for reasons. For reasons. But yeah, it will be finished though. I've done too much work on it to just not finish it. I mean, all of the voices are recorded and everything. The only problem is, since starting this one, I've actually gotten quite a bit better at character animation and stuff. So Street Fighter, some of those Street Fighter scenes will probably look really bad to me when I go back to them. So, you know, a bunch of those will have to be completely redone. Well, indeed, yeah. I mean, this is creative as well, yeah. But it's much quicker though. Like, obviously, animation takes ages, so to make a world in VR chat also takes ages, but it doesn't take anywhere near as long as frame by frame animating. I don't think. Like, I felt every day like I was making more progress doing that. But you know, then I hit the technical wall that I couldn't pass. You need to know someone who's proficient at making VR chat worlds, who's going to basically be on a Skype call with you so that you can screen share. And I mean, who's going to do that? Who's going to just sit there all day with you whilst you know, to troubleshoot any problems you have? An autistic hard worker. Golden Axe is doing well. We've got Golden Axe on right now. Golden Axe is doing well in the recent Patreon poll. It's looking like Golden Axe might be the next postcard. I'm quite looking forward to drawing that. And I'm not someone that looks forward to drawing. I don't mind animating, but drawing just makes me come out in a cold sweat. Looking at like a blank page, I don't understand the, you know, the proper artists who just do sketches every day. It's like, for me, it's exactly the same as when you're at uni and you have to start your dissertation. All I see is like the huge amount of work ahead of me. Once you start, you're kind of alright with a dissertation, but it's just that whole starting it. Oh, I am using a desktop PC. I don't know what the name is though. I mean, it's just a PC. Just a PC with a graphics tablet. Yeah, I remember doing the big essays at university when I was doing Japanese, and it's just, okay, we've got to start that essay because it's due in 2 months, I just wouldn't start the thing until like 2 weeks left on the deadline. And then it would fly by, but oh, it's just misery thinking about it until that point, until you actually start it. And that's what drawing's like for me. It kind of, it blows my mind to hear, and I'm sure they're not lying, that there are artists who enjoy drawing. Like, it's painful. It's just like, yeah, it's very painful for me. It's kind of custom built. My friend built it for me. He knew that it was, you know, totally geared towards 2D for my animation work. So not super. I can't really play modern games or anything on it. But yeah, it's kind of built, yeah, with 2D stuff in mind. But yeah, I know very little about computers, so AD built it for me. So I couldn't tell you how many gigs of RAM and stuff it has. Basically, I'm like a caveman using a graphics tablet. Don't know how the graphics tablet works, but I know it works. Yeah, this is TVPaint. What's sinister music for a game about a mole? About a mole trying to avoid the police. Like an actual anthropomorphic mole. I'm telling you, Commodore games were weird. Yeah, I mean, I can post my specs if people want them. I can put them on the Discord or something. Oh yeah. When you've got your paint bucket tool, like often I find that it settles into the rhythm of the music you're listening to. So you know, it's very good with Megadeth. You work very quickly when you've got your 80s speed metal on. Yeah, stuff in the bottom left is all personal stuff that I've worked on in the past. So currently it's showing backgrounds from the moon base. Doctor Who reanimation that I worked on for the BBC and Planet 55. So I'm not just an animator, I do backgrounds too. I actually really enjoyed doing those backgrounds. Because, you know, they're 2D drawings, but they're based on the actual high resolution set photos from the 1960s, so rendering these sets as photorealistically as I could and putting in, you know, lots of parallax for camera moves and stuff was, I don't know, it's kind of like you're recreating the set from back then. Inking is hard, but I mean, it can't be as hard as inking on paper, though. Where one mistake and you're screwed. Like, at least you got infinite undos. You get infinite undos, pretty much. I mean, TVPaint has so many undo states, it's just crazy. Like, just mess things up as much as you want, and you know, I've mapped undo to my second mouse button, so. Indeed, plus 10 to drawing speed. Yeah, I watched the, I guess it's the last season of Castlevania, and obviously the animation has taken a huge hit. A huge hit. The thing's barely animated at points. But one thing I notice about it is, damn, those backgrounds. There's some absolutely beautiful backgrounds, and some beautiful backgrounds in that show. And they make the character art and the animation just look terrible in comparison. When you see like an establishing shot of a city at night or something, that's like, oof. Yeah, that's some top quality concept art. I don't know about Castlevania. I was every conversation in Castlevania isn't a conversation, it's a monologue. It's so the way Castlevania goes on Netflix is a character will be standing with another character, and character 1 will say something, and it's just an excuse for character 2 to say something cool and edgy. And it kind of feels like it's written by a 15-year-old. You've got all these vampires posing around going, I'm fucking death, I'm going to fucking eat your soul, and I'm going to fuck the entire world while you watch. And you think, okay, it's going to end. And no, 5 minutes later they're still talking, whilst the other character just like, it cuts back to the other character just looking at them. It's just oh, it's all just, you know, it's shot, reverse shot, whilst character 2 says edgy dialogue, because they used up their animation budget in season 1 with that insanely good Dracula fight at the end. Was it season 1 or was it season 2 where they actually killed Dracula? Like, it had a really nicely animated fight, and then after that Dracula's dead, so it's all just people talking around, people standing around talking about you know, politics. So yeah, sorry if you're a Castlevania fan and I just made you unsubscribe. No, I haven't watched any behind the scenes stuff. Yeah, I can imagine though. It's just so. It feels like American comic book writing to me. And you know, when I heard they were doing, because I was still naive back then. It feels so long ago now. When I heard they were doing an adaptation of Castlevania in anime form, well, like American anime form, I thought, oh cool, alright, so they'll get the team together, they'll fight their way to the castle, there'll be like a whole season inside the castle whilst because the castle's, you know, that's where the games are set. The castle is absolutely massive, it's a huge sprawling map, so it'll kind of be like dungeon crawling as they work their way through the levels of the castle, you know, fighting bosses and stuff until they finally get to Dracula. But and then you watch the show and it's like, well, the castle is maybe like it's a throne room and a couple of other rooms, and that's it, you know. It looks big from the outside, but you don't really see much You don't get the sense that it's this massive thing that you could set a whole world in. I mean, shit, that's what I'd have done. But I don't think they were interested particularly in recreating the feeling of the games. It was more about how can we say that Dracula was a good guy who didn't do nothing, and we're going to subvert things by making the Christians the evil ones. So the church is bad. The church is real bad, and the characters who worked for the church in the game, you know, using crucifixes and getting healed at churches and using the holy water and stuff, like, they're all kind of like atheist type people who are like, oh, what a fucking shitty world. And it's just one of those, it just comes across as one of those kind of, you know, like Star Trek Picard, one of those kind of mean-spirited, we're going to subvert everything to make everything miserable kind of shows. I don't know. But I mean, obviously they must have been doing something right, because I watched all of it. Like, imagine Ghouls and Ghosts is playing now, Ghosts and Goblins. Imagine if someone did an anime of ghouls and ghosts and the whole thing was like, the zombies are the good guys, and Arthur, the main character, he's actually, he represents, because he's a king who's out to save the princess, he represents, I don't know, like, all the bad things about being a king and oppressing your subjects and stuff like that. That's not what I'd want to watch a Ghosts and Goblins show for. But you know, if Netflix did it, you know that that's what it would be about. So, yeah, again, sorry for the rant. I guess what I'm saying is it's been a bit of a theme, but I'm a bit tired of having my expectations subverted now, and I'd like to get back to just some good old-fashioned, it does what it says on the tin. Not exactly Castlevania fans in chat by the look of it. I don't know. I just want. I mean, anime has this problem too. When you get a like when I was doing R-Type, I thought, well, how am I gonna? I mean, I know it's just a short, but how am I gonna adapt a side-scrolling shooter into an anime? Like, how am I gonna do that? So I watched. If anyone's seen the behind-the-scenes making of thing that I did, I watched. Salamander, or Nemesis as it's known on the Nintendo. They did an OVA of that, so I watched it thinking, you know, how are they going to get all those levels and bosses and stuff in there? And the answer is they didn't. It was mostly people standing around talking, and like maybe 5 seconds of them in the ships going through something that resembles a level from the game. So it's not like Japan has a much better track record, I don't think, of adapting video games. The Street Fighter anime movie is probably the best, I think. It's just that with the Japanese stuff, they don't kind of, you know, they don't put in like ham-fisted political messaging, I guess. Unless it's Angel Cop. Unless it's Angel Cop. Angel Cup was... I like Angel Cup. I mean, it goes off on a very weird tangent at the end. I mean, talk about a monologue. How long is Taki's monologue at the end? Like 10 minutes of him just saying about... well, I'm not going to say because the video will get deleted, but yeah. Saying the crazy shit that he says for 10 minutes whilst people just sit around and listen. Like, conversations don't work that way in real life. People butt in and, you know. Conversations work that way in comics. Oh, we're at the hour mark. We should do a coffee break. I need some coffee in me. I'm feeling empty and unfulfilled. I mean, you can do monologues, obviously, if you set them up right. What's the film with the really famous one about the news station? And the guy's on the air and he's, you know, saying his famous speech about we're mad as hell and we're not going to take it anymore. You know, obviously you can get away with that because he's the radio host and everyone has to listen to him, I guess. But when it's two people standing in a room, I don't think they're going to give you the courtesy of letting you say your rehearsed speech for, what, like a minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes in Castlevania terms. Network, there you go. I really need to see Network. I really need to see it. I can't believe I haven't seen it yet. What kind of pleb am I who purports to being into movies? Yeah. No, definitely. You have to suspend your disbelief. And for Castlevania, it wasn't a problem for me in the first season. It's just after, I guess, 4 seasons of it, I started really noticing it. So for the mech film that I'm doing, for instance, like the script ideas that I've come up with are, I mean, it's very much like Generation Kill, where it's not character says plot relevant information, character 2 confirms plot relevant information. Like, most of it is just like conversational. They're trekking through the jungle in their mechs and they're just talking over the radio about whatever random shit until, you know, I want it to sound very naturalistic, I guess. Which to some people might be refreshing, to other people it might be like, what is this meandering crap? So I guess it'll all depend on how well I put it off. But I think it would be quite, yeah, it would be quite nice, like a mech show where people aren't just screaming over the comms at each other. You know, basically, it isn't Gundam Wing kind of thing. And obviously, in Super Robot shows, you need people screaming over the comms at each other. Like, that's important. But it could be something interesting and new, maybe. well, non-new. Other shows have done it. You just don't really hear about them that much. Really? What, you actually finished Alien? I remember as a kid much preferring Aliens, and now my tastes have changed, and I still love Aliens, and it's still, you know, one of my top 5 movies of all time. But I think Alien is better. I think Alien is better. I mean, it's hard to judge because they're both such completely different films, aren't they? Like one's essentially a atmospheric slasher movie, and the other is a action horror sci-fi, I guess. Alien or Predator? Both. Predator is a perfect movie, I think. Predator is a perfect movie. There's nothing you could do to Predator apart from maybe the scene where you can see Carl Weathers' arm. You can see the prosthetic arm when he gets his arm blown off. But apart from that, I don't think there's a thing you could do to that film that would make it any better. Like, the effects are perfect, everything's perfect about it. Yeah, the Alien vs Predator movies are just kind of a disgrace, really. But anyway, yeah. Alright, chat, here's what we're going to do. We're going to do a coffee break. I will be back in maybe about a minute. So, in the meantime, enjoy these not sponsored messages.
A very special cup of coffee. A new standard in richness. A new standard in pureness. Blended together to give a new standard in smooth. The Gold Blend standard. Only from Nescafe.
It's only memories of Earth and the rich smell of this coffee that keeps my spirits up. Coffee. At least we'll reach our destination soon. Coffee. You make a fine cup of coffee. You've made my day.
Are you taking your coffee break now, Alan?
Yeah, that's right. You want some? Coffee. And I had to go make coffee for 2. Hurry up, would you? My coffee's starting to cool off. Coffee, my salvation from my day-to-day drudgery. Coffee. A little bitter, but still an excellent blend.
Boy, you should switch to decaf.
Hello. I'm sorry to bother you, but I'm having a dinner party and I've run out of coffee.
Come in.
Thank you.
Will Gold Blend be too good for your guests?
Oh, I think they could get used to it.
It's a very sophisticated coffee.
They have very sophisticated taste.
Do they?
Yes. Well, I must be getting back.
Now, golden roasted, richer, smoother, Nescafe Gold Blend.
Have you met your new neighbor yet?
Oh, I've popped in for coffee.
Come on, Dad.
You're playing Vicky, not Andre Agassi.
Don't be so sure.
Agassi.
Hi, call me Andre.
Nescafe, Andre?
You bet. Nescafe sure is coffee at its best. That's the best thing served to me all week. Who's up for doubles?
Yeah! The best days are Nescafe days.
今結構忙しいんだろ？そういえば例の歌の歌詞はでき…
私はあなたが好き。
Days looking new and bright, and you're gonna start it right. Folger's starting to brew, the aroma's calling you. The best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup.
Mornings are brighter with mountain-grown Folgers because mountain-grown coffee has more enticing aroma than any other kind.
The best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup.
Please enjoy this footage of velvety smooth beans, followed by a well-shot close-up of a hot brown liquid that's brewed by mixing heated water.
All over the world, the word for great coffee flavor is Nescafe.
We're the world's favorite brand of instant coffees.
In America, Nescafe's great flavor comes two ways.
We're the world's best-selling too.
Nescafe Regular in the red label.
If Nescafe can please the whole wide world.
And now Nescafe Decaffeinated in the green label.
We can sure please you.
Same kind of flavor. Nescafe Regular, Nescafe Decaffeinated. What's your pleasure?
お嬢さん方を応接室に。
はい。
美味しいコーヒーを入れましょうかね。美味しいコーヒーができましたよ。
I only showed you that to remind you you desperately need your fix.
男の温度が上がった。飲んで飲んでまた飲みたい。缶入りコーヒーウエスト。
Go West.
ボス、私のそばにいてね。ボス、決して私見捨てないでお願い。Boss, I can't live without you. Boss, I can't live without you.
Boss, いつもそばにいてね。Boss, 私のそばにいてね。Boss, 決して私見捨てないでお願い。Boss, I can't live without you. Boss, I can't live without you.
Okay, I'm back. So chat, tell me chat. Tell me, oh, look at me using this zoom in shortcut. I discovered it recently and I can't stop. It's like I always used these plus and minus arrows to zoom in. And ever since finding this shortcut, like, oh, I'm telling you, like, every month I learn something new about TVPaint. Like, if you hold down Alt and Control, you can rotate without having to go up to, what is it, view and flip things. It's just so nice. It's just so nice. They're not even paying me, and I'm telling you, it is a fantastic program. Anyway, so how many times did that coffee break play for you? Was that once or was that the second time? I never know because I'm downstairs making coffee. Was that a solid one? Or was that like the second time it played? One day I'm gonna hit the sweet spot where I have the exact correct length of coffee break ads so that I can make a coffee and come back and it's just finishing as I sit down. One, really? Okay. Well, looks like I'm alright then. TVPaint isn't free, unfortunately. Unfortunately. Oh, I thank you. I'm glad I timed it perfectly. Yeah, I never rotated canvas in Photoshop. It was just something that I never did, but after TVPaint, I don't know how I'd be able to live without it. I mean, I would rotate canvas, but you know, only by harsh increments, 90%, 180%. Is it better than Photoshop? I mean, I use them both for completely different things. What the hell? Rodrigo, what are you doing? Is your computer alright? Why are you... Are you just like hitting the return key without realizing it? But yeah, Photoshop I use for drawing and TVPaint I use for animation. So all my backgrounds are done in Photoshop. Maybe your enter key is stuck. How much is TVPaint? I think it's quite pricey. I'll have to check. Street Fighter Alpha, yes, Street Fighter 02 is my favourite fighting game for a long time. It's one of those memories for me because I grew up in an arcade town, so I was in the arcades every day because it was a seaside town, so you know there were loads of arcades. And there's only a few times I can remember where I walked into the arcade and you could see something big was happening, like there was a new machine in and there was a huge crowd of people around it all just staring at it. Like that only happened a couple of times, and one of the times was Street Fighter Alpha. Like the jump in graphics from Street Fighter 2 to Street Fighter Alpha was so insane. I remember looking at it and thinking, because you know I was into anime at the time, it was the 90s, I was thinking this is like, it looked to me then how the Dragon Ball Fighters games look now, you know, like this is anime on the screen in a game. So I absolutely loved the art direction of it. Like the only other times I can think of where people were stunned looking at an arcade game was it Virtua Fighter 2? I think it was Virtua Fighter 2. Yeah, I think it was Virtua Fighter 2. But the jump in graphics from Virtua Fighter 1 to Virtua Fighter 2 was just insane. There were people just standing around that machine thinking, is this the future? How did they do this magic? Tomb of the Cybermen. No, that would have been Moonbase, I believe. That would have been the Moonbase. Yeah, I played a little bit of Garou, yeah. I think that's the one where Blue Mary appeared for the first time. Rolling Thunder. When I went to Arcade Club in Leeds, I spent most of my time on Rolling Thunder. Because, I mean, it's hard as shit, for me anyway. And I never got anywhere close to completing it as a kid. But, you know, in one of these arcade places, you pay to get in, and everything's free for the rest of the day. So I just played shitloads of Rolling Thunder. Obviously I didn't complete it. I'm terrible with the joystick. Absolutely terrible with joysticks. I remember the first time I used a control pad and I was awful. I was awful with it. I moved from a joystick on my Commodore 64 to a control pad on consoles. And you know, my character was just constantly falling off ledges and stuff. It was so hard to get used to. I'd never held a control pad before. And now I'm totally used to control pads and I can't use a joystick. So when I actually play an actual arcade game, well, I played R-Type in that arcade club video that's on my channel somewhere. You can see me, like, it looks like I'm staging it for the camera, but it's actually real. Where I'm flying the ship in R-Type and I just crash into the floor. Nothing even shoots me, I just crash into the floor. Because I'm so bad with joysticks. Terrible with joysticks. Elevator Action. I would like to play Elevator Action Returns on the Saturn. The graphics in that look fantastic. Damn, Saturn had such good games. Everyone just thinks of it as a footnote, like a failed console. It wasn't at all in Japan. It was huge in Japan. And it had such good games, the Saturn. I mean, Guardian Heroes is one of the best games I've ever played. For RPGs, you had Dark Savior, which you can only play on Saturn, which, damn, I wish they'd done more stuff like that. An RPG with a, how to describe it? It had a parallel system. So not so much branching path as a completely different game, depending on what you did at the start of the game. And in some of your run-throughs, because I think there were 4 different parallel versions of the game going on at once, and in some of the playthroughs you'd like look down and see your character from one of the other paths down below and be like, oh yeah, I remember doing that in my other playthrough kind of thing. But I guess that kind of thing was just too hard to code, so we really only saw it in Dark Savior. Hello. Dragon Force. Dragon Force was one of my favourite games of all time. I mean, I know the actual tactics are broken once you learn how to split your troops to the top and bottom of the screen, thereby avoiding the entire enemy army, and then you just converge them on the enemy general and do that every single fight. Then yeah, you've kind of got a winning strategy every time, but damn, what a good game. I love the cutscene graphics and everything in Dragon Force. And then Dragon Force 2 never came out in English, so I could never play it. I think it has an English patch now though, doesn't it? So maybe I will. Yeah, the Saturn could have 12 billion sprites on screen at once. I mean, definitely in terms of consoles, it was the one that could have the most number of 2D sprites on screen at once without any flickering or anything. That's why the Sega Saturn conversions of the Street Fighter arcade games were always way better than the PlayStation ones. PlayStation was more of a 3D dedicated machine. It couldn't handle the 2D as well. It was missing so many frames of animation for Street Fighter Alpha. But yeah, they're all there in the Saturn one. But it didn't matter because everyone just wanted 3D at the time. I liked it. I liked PS1 3D. I think it has like a legit charm to it, like the warping textures and everything. Original Metal Gear Solid, like it has a really nice feel to it. I don't know, it's just comfy to me. But yeah, totally. I would much rather the two existed. I mean, you know, a lot of the magazines at the time were like, you know, 3D is the future. You shouldn't be paying for 2D games. Why pay for a 2D game when for the same price you can have like mind-blowing 3D graphics? And it's like, wow, what a short-sighted take that is. They're two, you know, you can do completely different styles of game with the two things. So there'll always be room for both, but back then it was all like, this machine can do 3D, 3D's the future. I don't know if I knew quicker than anyone else. I'm usually the last to hear any kind of news because I deliberately try not to hear news of any kind. I've decided it's the only way to find any semblance of happiness in life is to just not look at any news. Indeed, yeah. Not just 2D, but they want pixely 2D back, and that's kind of ironic in itself that everyone likes doing pixel art these days, but they completely seem to forget that it wasn't jagged pixels back in the day. They did it that way because they knew that the scan lines of your TV and your CRT TV display would cover up those pixels and make everything look quite smooth. That's why I think playing emulated arcade games without, you know, kind of scanline CRT filter over the top is you're missing out on the experience a bit. Yeah, Silent Hill 1 is just so creepy. I love those graphics. Yeah, I got Japanese Twitter, but I can't read it. I can't read it, that's why I put it into Japanese, so that I'll never read any news. I wrote this one, so when you see this finished film, if the dialogue is cringy, remember back to this stream where I was going on about the dialogue in Castlevania being rubbish, and say, well look at Johnson slagging off something and then like writing utter crap himself. But yeah, I generally write my own stuff. I'm trying to get Ben to do the script for the mech film, since, you know, he's an actual writer, a very good one as well. Yeah, I could say that, yeah. Yeah, it was always quite painful. As a Sega Saturn man, it was always a little bit like, wow, everyone's going to laugh at me at school kind of thing when the Saturn would get a conversion of a PlayStation game like Resident Evil and it would just look nowhere near as good. The biggest thing for me was always the transparencies. Like the Saturn could do transparent colours, it could, and it did all the time, but I guess it was all down to the skill of the programmer, and so you'd have beautiful transparencies on the PlayStation, and then on the Saturn it would just be a kind of horrible grid mesh effect, like this horrible stippling that just looked like crap. The Saturn version of Wipeout had that. It looked horrible. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I try and use 3D in a way where hopefully people won't notice that it's 3D. Like, in a perfect world, men like me would not exist. In a perfect world, I just hand draw everything. But it would, you know, I'm only one guy, so I have to use some 3D sometimes. Yeah, really not a fan of dithering for transparencies. Especially when, you know, the Super Nintendo, a 16-bit console, could do transparencies really nicely. A 32-bit machine, there's no excuse. Do I use CRT monitors for old games? No, I don't even have an old TV left. I think maybe at home in Lincoln I still have my old childhood TV. So if I'm emulating something, I'll just try and slap a filter on it to make it look as close to old school as possible. Well, keep at it. I'm sure you can. Obviously, the time-consuming part of doing the 3D thing is you still have to color it all by hand. If I mean, you don't have to. That's what I do. Really? You know someone in Lincoln? I mean, I'm hardly ever there. I'm always in Sheffield now, but I do go back home for Christmas and stuff. Hello there. There's no need to hail me. Oh, I need to drink more of this coffee. Oh, do we have another animator in the chat? I always worry about this. I'm like, what if someone famous turns up in my chat and I don't know who they are, and I'm just like, hello. Like, what if that happens? Is that what's happening now? I'll look at your stuff later after the stream. I'll go and take a look. Were you part of that mecha animation video from Ash Thorpe? No, I don't. I don't know who that is. I show up in other people's chats sometime, but no one ever knows who I am. Which I guess is good, I guess. Oh, thank you very much. What kind of animations do you do? Yeah, I mean that sounds about right, Saturn-wise, yeah. Yeah, it's one of those things where I've heard that it was really hard to program for, and yeah, in order to do transparencies, I imagine you had to use some of those programming tricks that they used for the Mega Drive to get it to do sprite rotation and things that it shouldn't have been able to do. Mac is here! Did you just wake up? I just woke up like 20 minutes before the stream was meant to start. And I was frantically... I mean, it's happened again. I thought, okay, all I have to do is put the highlights on. So I'll easily have this done. I'll easily finish this on this stream. So I need something else to work on when I finished that. So I started colouring this one in like the 10 minutes I had before the stream. And of course now we're what, like an hour and 40 minutes in, and I haven't even put the highlights on, so typical. Has the animation industry contacted me yet? Yes, the Bogdanov brothers got on their phone and they were like, hello. Hello. We are the industry. We would like to commission you. Dump it. Me and Mackie, we watched a documentary on the Bogdanov brothers yesterday, I believe. And I feel enlightened now knowing a bit more about them. We have an animator in chat here, Mackie. But because I never keep up on you know, like YouTube stuff, I don't know if he's super famous or you got someone super famous in chat here. So I'm trying to play it cool. I don't know if it's working. I don't know if anyone can tell. That's just the kind of thing that would happen to me, like Ridley Scott would appear in chat or something. I'd be like, oh, hello. and then realised a day later, oh shit, that was Ridley Scott. Okay, I should probably have said something else. I don't know how famous. Maybe I was like mildly internet famous when I released TIE Fighter, but I think we've probably coasted on those fumes as far as I can go now. I'm hoping this one will be a resurgence, but you know, if it's not Star Wars, it's not going to get Star Wars numbers. If I was Ridley Scott, I'd go on Twitch and just randomly show up in people's chats. Yes, I have finished colouring the space ass scene, although we are gonna like touch it up a bit. Wrong choice of words probably. But yeah, I'm gonna have to run it by Mackie, and we're gonna make sure that the ass is properly defined. Oh, it was a long time ago though, wasn't it? What was it, like 2015 TIE Fighter? I had no idea that it would actually be popular. I didn't monetize it or anything for about, I think, like 3 or 4 years. Because YouTube to me was always just something where, oh, I'll just put an animation on there and like no one will watch it. And it's YouTube, I'm never going to make any money off of YouTube, so yeah, so like I think those first 9 million views it got, I made $0 because I didn't put any like kind of ads or anything on it. And I ended up doing that in the end, and I think I get like how much is it? Can you remember, Mackie? Like about $50 every couple of months or something on YouTube through AdSense. I mean, I don't know why anyone is, I guess it's people watching on phones. I don't know why anyone watches YouTube without ad blocker on it. Zero boob jiggle in this movie, unfortunately. I was complaining about Castlevania earlier, Mackie. I was on one of my rants. At least it's over now. At least there's no more. I'm not sure we live in the correct year for it. I think people might get mad. I remember Dead or Alive on the Saturn, and you could input your age at the start, and the number you put between 1 and 99 years of age depended on how much the boobs would bounce in the game. So obviously everyone just put it up to 99. Yeah, we were talking about Berserk, yeah. Yeah. That's kind of the news, isn't it? The news of the week. these highlights. I didn't quite realise what I was getting into when I drew these, did I? But you reap what you sow. F-Zero. I never played F-Zero because I was a Sega fanboy. So yeah, I have to pick something that I played a lot as a kid if I'm gonna spend, you know, months animating it. I'd like to do a Space Harrier one, but again, it's finding the time, isn't it? Golden Axe would be good. I would like to do a little 5-minute anime showcase of Golden Axe. Animate all those magic effects and stuff. A big Obari style scene of Death Adder forming out of a bunch of snakes and, you know, things like that. Could be quite cool. That's what they should have done. Well, actually no, because they would have ruined it, but, you know, instead of Castlevania they should have done a Netflix Golden Axe. F-Zero GX was developed by Sega. Oh, you got a Mega CD game to play on emulator. What's the emulator that I use? Most Mega Drive emulators have a Sega CD feature built in. But yeah, you could probably just YouTube it for a tutorial on how to get it working. But yeah, I've played a lot of Mega CD games on emulator and they run quite well. Is this this isn't Magical Sound Shower, this is the other one, isn't it? Is it like Splash Wave? No, it's Passing Breeze, the one that I always forget the name of. I was showing Mackie, like, pray for Mackie. She has to act interested in all the things that I show her. So I was showing Mackie a big video on sprite scaling and sprite rotation the other day. I was showing her Outrunners and Galaxy Force 2 and, you know, all the Sega Super Scaler games. Power Drift. How we created 3D worlds before we had 3D. Damn, I never played Outrunners, but Outrunners looks fantastic. Ah, you're too kind, Mackie. Ooh, yeah, Snatcher. Snatcher on the Mega CD is the best version, I think. Yeah, Galaxy Force 2 looks fantastic. I was saying to Mackie at the time, whilst we were watching it, that I really wish that they'd have kept doing sprite scaling games. Because imagine what you could do now with today's processing power. Like how good a game like Galaxy Force could look if you made it from the ground up. Because the only problem with Galaxy Force is obviously the draw distance. It has a lot of pop-in, which wouldn't be a problem now. You could just fade it into the background and have beautiful infinite landscapes. What is that? Is that an OVA or something? Byokunohara Labyrinth. You missed out on getting missed. A missed opportunity, you could say. Oh, right, okay. Well, maybe we should watch it. Now that we've finished Boku no Mari. I'm always up for watching some old OVAs. We need to sort out that virtual convention thing. We need to sort out Retro Anime Con, or whatever name we can think up of it. I'm glad to help. Yeah, Galaxy Force 2 was always an interesting one because where is Galaxy Force 1? There never was a Galaxy Force 1 as far as I know. And I think it's I think the name is to do with the version of the game or something, like I knew at one point, but I've totally forgotten. But there never was a Galaxy Force 1 as far as I know, which always confused me. Oh, thank you. Yeah, Maki has been slapping me recently, saying do more expressive faces. So I've yeah, we've been working on that. I don't think it is. I don't think Galaxy Force 1 is an arcade game. I think it's called Galaxy Force 2 because it was the same game but in like the big fancy cabinet or something, so it's kind of like Galaxy Force version 2 maybe? I think it was something like that, but yeah, I don't quote me on it. I had it on the Sega Master System. It couldn't run it at all. Like, what were they thinking? What were they thinking? The Mega Drive version wasn't very good either. Like, if you can't do sprite rotation and scaling, then you know, they did Space Harrier 2 and Hang On and whatnot. You can pull it off, just not very well. Why is it Boku no Pico? Do you know I've never watched Boku no Pico? I probably should have, just for the meme points. But my favourite Boku no anime is Boku no Mari, which is only 3 parts and charming, and everyone should watch it. Ah, alright. Galaxy Force is an arcade game. I'll have to have a look. I don't think we're ever going to get 1,000 viewers. Imagine how fast the chat would be moving at that point. I think my goal, my unreasonable goal, is maybe like 200. That'd be quite nice. Well, thank you. No, it's not me. I have not played Omega Boost, but I might take a look at it. Good evening. Oh, Black Magic M66. Yeah, it was an OVA. I remember when I watched it at the time, back in the 90s, I didn't think anything of it. I'm watching it now, it just looks like a masterpiece to me. I didn't notice any of the character animation or anything at the time. I was just like, why doesn't this have a million tons of shading like Dangayo? So, yeah. A lot of the time, your rating of an anime does definitely depend on when you watched it. Like Slayers was the big one for me. I hated Slayers when I first saw it. I thought it looked like absolute trash. But, you know, this was in, I think, 1994 or something. And I was comparing it to the other stuff I was watching at the time, you know, Macross Plus, stuff like that. Like, it's truly top budget stuff. And so then I watched Slayers decades later, and it looked really good, actually. I really liked the artwork. Oh, exactly, yeah. Like, one big factor is that anime just doesn't look as good as it used to. And so stuff that was mediocre back then, you watch it now, and it's like, why does this look 100 times better than Attack on Titan? Well, you know, the latest seasons of Attack on Titan, it looked much better at the start. I think once you start switching to CG for your Titans, that's when you know something's gone a bit wrong. Oh, speaking of modern anime, I watched the Kimetsu no Yaiba, the Demon Slayer movie, which was pretty good, actually. I mean, again, though, it was so hyped up. I read comments saying this is the best animated anime movie that has ever been made. The animation is unbelievable. You've never seen anything that looks this good. And then you watch it and it's like, alright. It's fine. I mean, it's no Akira, it's fine. But yeah, I liked it. I enjoyed it. Ooh, Saber Marionette is a, yeah. It's, Saber Marionette starts off quite normal looking, and then each successive series of it, the faces cave in more and more. It's that peak 90s, people take the piss out of this style from the 90s kind of anime. Yeah, one of my famous Paul Johnson reviews there, yeah, it was alright. I enjoyed it. But it was just so weird reading comments saying this is the best animation that I've ever seen in an anime movie. Well, you can't have seen many of them then. You've never seen Ninja Scroll? Kind of walks all over it. And I mean, that's Ninja Scroll. That's kind of entry level tier. Everyone's seen Ninja Scroll, I thought. In other news, me and Maki have been watching Azumanga Daioh again. We've continued our Azumanga Daioh viewing on Wednesdays. It's so good! It's so good, chat. If you haven't seen it, just watch Azumanga Daioh, but watch it late at night. Watch it late at night when no one's around. It's comfy as fuck, I'm telling you. It might even put you to sleep. I've never seen such a comfy series. The artwork's really nothing to write home about. Animation's nothing to write home about, but you know, the soundtrack and the direction and the characters is just so comfy. Have you ever fallen asleep to it, Maki? I don't think it's ever... I think it's been close, but I don't think it's ever put you to sleep. The name is... Hold on. Why can't I spell today? There you go. Give that a watch. It's only one season. I wish there was more. It is peak comfy anime. Yeah, Partly Bit 2 has fantastic animation. It's one of those ones where, like, I'm not a big fan of the character designs, but I love the animation. If it had the character designs from the TV series and that level of animation, I would be, you know, just kind of rolling around on the ground. It's okay. I got chat here to keep me company whilst I do it. So usually I'm listening to music or audiobooks or something, so it's not even, you know, it doesn't even require that much patience for me, because I have stuff in the background I'm listening to. Thoughts on Eureka 7? I remember watching it a long time ago and thinking, wow, they ripped off a lot of Gundam plotlines in this. If you've seen original Gundam, like a lot of it is just like lifted wholesale. And so in original Gundam, Amuro is on the ship, the white base. The captain, Bright Noah, thinks he's like a stupid little brat who isn't pulling his weight, and he's always like slapping him around and telling him to get his act together. So Amuro runs away, and he ends up in a bar, like a cafe or something, where he befriends some guy. Turns out the guy is an enemy pilot from the enemy side, and he has to kill him before returning to the white base and making up with Bright Noah. And then in Eureka 7 exactly the same thing happened. I was like, what? Wow, this is yeah. has some nice animation though, doesn't it? Eureka 7. It has some good Eternal Circus sequences. But yeah, I never watched all of it, so I don't know how it ends. What else have I been watching recently? Oh, we're getting close. We've got almost all the highlights on now. There's a few we need on the face. Excellent, thank you. Thank you very much for that. If anyone's on the Patreon, by the way, I did last week put up a Patreon exclusive video which may be of interest to you. It was me doing a whole scene from scratch, from roughs to rough lines to inks to colours to putting on the 3D elements, doing the background. So I recorded it over the space of a week and then edited it all together. There's a sandwich goal. People have donated towards the sandwich goal, but it hasn't moved because they donated via Super Chat. And Super Chat apparently doesn't count. It doesn't actually move the goal. But yeah, there's some money in the sandwich fund. You just can't see it. Oh, thank you. Wow, that was easy. That was easy. No, much appreciated. Patreon's scary. It's always like, it never stays still. It's always going up and down. It's like, I imagine it's like people who are into cryptocurrency, like checking the graph every day and sweating. That's what I'm like with Patreon. Indeed, you can, yes. It's one of the perks. No, that went out to everyone. Ankle reveal. I don't know. I think we're getting a bit too racy now, aren't we? Banned from Twitch. Here's a pro tip. Put a highlight on the nose. That's my pro tip. Hope you all learned something. Here's some final fight music from the Mega CD. Telling you, I couldn't go back to the arcade music for Final Fight after the Mega CD. I mean, just listen to this shit. Oh, thank you. Wow, really? Did you make a killing on the crypto? You managed to pull out before the Bog Brothers dumped it. I hope you have a good holiday wherever you're going. Oh, to Vegas. To Sony Vegas. If only you could play as the chicken. That's a very good question. There we go. Thank you, Mr. Weeb. Now, don't blow all of your earnings on the craps table. Oh, it's that comfy time of night, is it? When the comfy music plays. Excellent. A wholesome time. We have a lot of Ed fans in chat here. I'm really gonna have to check some of this stuff out. After the stream, I will. I wonder if we'll ever get AI good enough in the future where you just say, Alexa, apply the shading to all these 50 frames, and it just does it perfectly. Why 18 frames? I don't know, it just worked for this. It just worked for this. Like, I had it on 20. Seemed a bit too fast. So 18 just seems good. I mean, obviously, what's the difference between 17, 18 and 19? There's barely any, but 18 seems good for this one. Maybe I could pull it down to 16, maybe. I don't like going any lower than 16. Things start looking a bit jerky below 16. But yeah, most of my shots are different frame rates in this film. Some of them are 16, some of them are 18, some of them are 24. But I don't have any below 16. Get fat at mega buffets. That's what I'd do. Oh, indeed, yeah. Whenever Knucklebusters comes on, that's when I really get work done. I haven't been to a beach in years. Not a fan of the jellyfish though. Yeah, that's the one. That's the video. Fairly recent, I think. Last week that one went up. Now you see, I get around this whole not getting in the sea thing by living in England, so only a madman would get in one of our seas. They literally smell of feces. So I'm not sure, but living in Skegness, I used to see holidaymakers and their kids swimming in that brown froth. I used to see it. Like, no one who actually lived in Skegness would swim in that stuff. But all the holidaymakers seemed happy to. Absolutely, yeah. Tourism will skyrocket with me in charge. England. It's not really much to do. That's our campaign slogan. Or how about England? If you injure yourself, you'll get fixed up for free. I mean, that's pretty good. England! There's a Greggs on every corner. Just 99%, yeah. You're enjoying the Greggs, Abe. You're enjoying the overabundance of Greggs. Mildly. The pub food's quite nice though. The fun never ends. The party's never ending. Yeah, the weather's been getting crazy recently. It used to be that we would have 1 week of summer where it was actually hot. But yeah, the past couple of years it's been getting really hot. Really hot. To the point where I'm dying up here in the attic room. I did speak to the housing inspector that came round, and she's quite happy with me getting aircon, as long as, you know, no work has to be done, like it doesn't go on the walls or anything. It's one of those ones that you stick a hose out the window. She's quite happy for me to do that as long as I pay for it. So depending on how bad it is this summer, because last summer I had to leave the room like a bunch of times. It was up in almost in the 40s, which according to my thermometer here, so it's 21 now, which is nice. That's 70 degrees F. 21 degrees C. So yeah, when it gets into the high 30s, I start to die. Public domain karaoke. Don't trust Mackie. She's a 13-year-old boy. I don't see a gap there. I don't see one. Alright, there we go. We should probably do another coffee break, shouldn't we? After all those years, I finally switched to decaf. Yeah, you need a nice highlight on the cheek. Very important. Very important. Can you please pronounce the word Ruda? What is that? What word is that? Oh, okay. That's how you pronounce water. Water, that's how I say it, water. Very important to stay hydrated with water. 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 If you find yourself in a Fist of the North Star style apocalyptic future, water's very important. Water. I use TVPaint for animation. That's what I'm using right now. Water. That's probably more that's probably more like how English people say it. You got any water? Can I have a cup of water, please? Omae wa mou shindeiru. Or if you want to be fancy, omae wa sude ni shindeiru. He says that once as well. Sude is the same as mo. Ooh, bit of R-type. Alright, let's see how that looks. It's coming along, isn't it? We've just got a few more highlights to put on here and here. So yeah, it's coffee break time. Tuesday. That's how it's pronounced though, Tuesday. Shoganai na. It can't be helped is just one of those Japanese phrases that you can say for anything. What's the name of this R-Type song? Well, this is a medley of all the R-Type music. In fact, it's R-Type medley arrange. Right, it's coffee break time. Here you go. Have some ads. I'll be back in a minute.
A very special cup of coffee. A new standard in richness. A new standard in pureness. Blended together to give a new standard in smooth. The Gold Blend standard. Only from Nescafe.
It's only memories of Earth and the rich smell of this coffee that keeps my spirits up. Coffee. At least we'll reach our destination soon. Coffee. You make a fine cup of coffee. You've made my day.
Are you taking your coffee break now, Alan?
Yeah, that's right. You want some? Coffee. And I had to go make coffee for two. Hurry up, would you? My coffee's starting to cool off. Coffee, my salvation for my day-to-day drudgery. Coffee. A little bitter, but still an excellent blend.
Boy, you should switch to decaf.
Hello. I'm sorry to bother you, but I'm having a dinner party and I've run out of coffee.
Come in.
Thank you.
Will Gold Blend be too good for your guests?
Oh, I think they could get used to it.
It's a very sophisticated coffee.
They have very sophisticated taste.
Do they?
Yes. Well, I must be getting back.
Now, golden roasted, richer, smoother, Nescafe Gold Blend.
Have you met your new neighbor yet?
Oh, I've popped in for coffee.
Come on, Dad.
You're playing Vicky, not Andre Agassi.
Don't be so sure.
Agassi.
Hi, call me Andre.
Nescafe, Andre?
You bet. Nescafe sure is coffee at its best. That's the best thing served to me all week. Who's up for doubles?
Yeah! The best days are Nescafe days.
今結構忙しいんだろ？そういえば例の歌の歌詞は
私はあなたが好き。
Days looking new and bright, and you're gonna start it right. Folgers starting to brew, the aroma's calling you. The best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup.
Mornings are brighter with mountain-grown Folgers because mountain-grown coffee has more enticing aroma than any other kind.
The best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup.
Please enjoy this footage of velvety smooth beans, followed by a well-shot close-up of a hot brown liquid that's brewed by mixing heated water.
All over the world, the word for great coffee flavor is Nescafe.
We're the world's favorite brand of instant coffees.
In America, Nescafe's great flavor comes two ways.
We're the world's best-selling too.
Nescafe Regular in the red label.
If Nescafe can please the whole wide world.
And now Nescafe Decaffeinated in the green label.
We can sure please you.
Same kind of flavor. Nescafe Regular, Nescafe Decaffeinated. What's your pleasure?
お嬢さん方を応接室に。
はい。
美味しいコーヒーを入れましょうかね。美味しいコーヒーができましたよ。
I only showed you that to remind you you desperately need your fix.
男の温度が上がった。飲んで飲んでまた飲みたい。缶入りコーヒーウエスト。Go West。ボス、私のそばにいてね。
てねボス決して私見捨てないでお願い Boss, I can't live without you. Boss, I can't live without you.
Boss, いつもそばにいてね Boss, 私のそばにいてね Boss, 決して私見捨てないでお願い Boss, I can't live without you. Boss, I can't live without you.
A very special cup of coffee, a new standard in richness, a new standard in pureness, blended together to give a new standard in smooth. The gold blend standard, only from Nescafe.
It's only memories of Earth and the rich smell of this coffee that keeps my spirits up. Coffee. At least we'll reach our destination soon. Coffee. You make a fine cup of coffee. You've made my day.
You taking your coffee break now, Alan?
Yeah, that's right. You want some? Coffee. And I had to go make coffee for two. Hurry up, would you? My coffee's starting to cool off. Coffee, my salvation from my day-to-day drudgery. Coffee. A little bitter, but still an excellent blend.
Boy, you should switch to decaf.
Hello. I'm sorry to bother you, but I'm having a dinner party and I've run out of coffee.
Come in.
Thank you.
Will gold blend be too good for your guests?
Oh, I think they could get used to it.
It's a very sophisticated coffee.
They have very sophisticated taste.
Do they?
Yes. Well, I must be getting back.
I've returned. See you later, Ed. Have a good night. I hope you get some good work done. Okay, I'm back. I got a coffee with me. So, I guess we'll do this bit next. It was probably easier if I do this on a layer underneath so I can not worry about going over the shading here. I use the time-honored kettle method. You boil the kettle, takes about a minute, pour it in, you're done. Definitely boils slower if you're watching though. I mean, yeah, maybe. It's kind of an irritating one though. It's actually, in this instance, it's quicker just to draw it. Definitely some things I you know, Control V them. But this one isn't so bad. Especially if you rotate and... yeah, it's pretty... I can do curves pretty easily as long as I'm at this angle. There's a coffee machine that dispenses coffee, surprisingly, at the local Tesco. I just have to figure out how it works, because I'm not paying, but I think it works on your Tesco Club card, and I've got a lot of Club card points because I've never spent any of them. So if I can use that to get free coffee, then I'll have a coffee every time I go to Tesco. But I need to look at it. I need to look on the website and see how it works. I have a Wacom, yeah. I'm no good at drawing on the screen. My hand gets in the way of what I'm drawing, so I like to just use the old school tablet method. I mean, I'd go for TVPaint because it's the one that I know. But I guess it depends on whether you want to do vector or raster. I'm definitely a raster guy. I'm a Rastafarian, I guess. Nah, I guess I'm just used to it, the Wacom. I mean, tea was definitely an English thing, yeah. If you didn't drink tea, you weren't British. But I was never really that much into tea. I always preferred coffee. I do. I don't have a license for drinking coffee. At least I haven't been arrested for tweets yet. I've done it again. I made the coffee. I haven't drunk any of it yet. Here we go. I'm gonna drink some, chat. I'm sure it's more of a habit than anything at this point. I drink it and I'm not like, wow, that tastes good. It's just, yeah, okay. Like when I drink a Coke, I'm like, yeah, that tastes really good. But with coffee, it's just, I think, something to do. It's like when people go out on their cigarette breaks, it's just, you know, it's just something to break up the timetable. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you liked it, the TIE Fighter. Feels so long ago now. I like coffee flavoured chocolate and things like that. In a box of chocolates, I'll always go for the orange flavoured ones, the coffee flavoured ones, before anyone else gets them. Yeah, about 6 years ago, I think. Yeah, was it 2015? Something like that. It is, it's strange. It's strange. Oh, right. Yeah, it's all about the time anyway. I just don't really have any time spare for any other projects at the moment. But yeah, we're gonna do something with the mech film. We're gonna definitely approach that as more of a business thing. See if we can get a bit of a team behind it and stuff. Am I a fan of Dave Raposa's art? The name sounds familiar. Name sounds familiar. Where do I know that name from? Yeah, I'm on the last episode of the second season of Love, Death and Robots, and it's been alright so far. I think the first one was definitely better. Huh, what's going on here? Oh, I see. I see. The Ghost Stories dub, yeah, I mean it's probably better than the original. You don't often see people able to pull something like that off. How do you activate the line smoothing thing? What, in TVPaint? It's this little thing down here, look. Activate line smoothing. You just tick that on. It only works with your pen tool on stroke. It's pretty good, the line smoother. And you have a smoothing down here. You can set your range, how much you want it to smooth for you. Do you have a older version of TVPaint? I'm on TVPaint 11 Pro, so I know older versions don't have it. I think it's a newer feature they introduced. It's the kind of thing that should just be in there in Photoshop, but I don't think it is. Yeah, I don't think 10 has it, unfortunately. You don't need it though. You don't necessarily need it. I used 10 for years, and I never used it because obviously it wasn't there. So, but yeah. I've gone into a work trance. You can tell when I stop talking. Stop ranting about old anime for 5 minutes and actually do some work. The Zone. Okay, so that's done. Oh shit, what's this? We missed a bit. We missed this bit and that bit there. We'll do that in a minute. Are these American things that I don't understand going on in chat here? Maki's my official correspondent, my America correspondent. She cues me in on all the cultural stuff. Oh, we're done apart from one highlight here. Let's do it. You're not a fan of the isekai then? I like that time I was reincarnated as a slime. And Konosuba, obviously. Yeah, Danmachi's alright, isn't it? Quite enjoyed that. I remember my housemate was a huge fan of the Trigun manga and hated, I mean, I've never read the manga so I don't know, but apparently the anime just like changed so much and cut out like loads of stuff, so she wasn't a fan of it at all. That's all I really know. Okay, we have one more thing to do. It's this bit here. Don't trust Maki, she is the Florida man. Well, speaking of mech anime, all of Dragonar is finally subbed. After all these years, it's finally subtitled, all of it. So I'm gonna give that a watch. And I'm gonna watch the intro every time. Expectations for the lots of kanji. I mean, I know the second one. I can read the second one. Can you believe I used to know 2000 kanji? Because I can barely believe it anymore. It's always very considerate to not poop on the streets. You sure that's not like a Haitian voodoo thing? It's not a brujeria thing. Does everyone wear those fancy hats in Texas? I want to wear one of those fancy hats. pretend I'm in an episode of Dallas. Come for the great food, stay because you got murdered. I want to wear one. I want to just like walk around wearing one to McDonald's and saying howdy. It's a shame. I wanted to go to the Waffle House as well when I visit. I'm not sure I want to now. Huh. Wow. Thank you, Jeffrey, for 20 bucks into the sandwich fund. It probably won't show up on the goal because it doesn't seem to like super chats for some reason. But we know it's there, so it's okay. Not sure why the announcement is so delayed. It should appear any moment. I guess it's just not very well integrated into super chats and things. There we go. Thank you very much. Only 3.5 hours until the shop's open and I can actually buy some sandwiches. Time to get fat. That'll be my motto from now on. The hell? Okay, there we go. We could do. All right, I think that's our shading on. So here we go. The magic happens now. Merge all of these. No, I'm wrong. The magic doesn't happen. Hold on. We need to put the solid colours in, the flat colours. Then the magic will happen. Okay, so flat colours, flat colours. Flat colours. I wonder. When I'm putting in flat colours, I always wonder which flat colour should I, you know, use for the whole thing. We'll just do yellow. There's a lot of yellow, isn't there? Select all. Effects, color replacer. Replace that with yellow. It's more of a brown than yellow, but you know what I mean. Yes, definitely. Eromanga Sensei. She's my she's my inspiration. I look up to her. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. You ready? You ready? You ready? Here we go. Oh yeah, we're dropping colors in. No! No, it's all over. It's all over. There's a gap. Shut it down. Everyone go home. We're on a roll there as well. Again. I hate the gaps. I hate them. I hate them. How about some hair? We'll put some hair in. There you go. Hope you're happy. Hope you're happy, chat. No gaps in the hair though. Everything seems to be working all right. Well, all right, a couple of gaps. Alright. Can't do that. No. Don't worry, all gaps will be filled. All dissenters will be purged. Again? I know exactly why that happened, but it's too technical and boring to explain why. But it was my fault. I do hate gaps. When I walk down the high street, I see the Gap, the store. It triggers like flashbacks, like Vietnam flashbacks, but colouring. Oh yeah, The Exorcist. It leaves you with a sense of creeping dread. Okay, that's about right. You need to be able to expand dong when you need to. Very important. The dreading creep. So you want it to be able to expand like that enough, but not to start spilling into the black lines like that. So it's a fine line getting your range right down here. Now apparently you wouldn't have this problem with vectors. So there's a point in favour of vectors, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's because your brain notices, doesn't it? It's like everything feels so clean and I guess artificial. Like with my lines, they're shit. So you know they're drawn by a human because they're shit. Vector lines are so smooth and clean. There are things you can do though. I mean, I've seen some really good vector artists. Do you know, rather than fill these bits, it's probably easier just to do that. And, oh shit. Oh shit. And then, yeah, I think it's easier. I think we'll do that for this bit. So it's going to be a pain in the ass otherwise. You see, this is blue sky thinking, chat. This is smart solutions. This is why I'm the CEO of Based. Ah, screw it. Yeah! Free, uninhibited, going commando. It happens. I go quiet when I get in the zone, and then it's all downhill from there. But yeah, I'm very hungry as well. Yeah, it's quicker. It's quicker. That saved us some time there. Oh no. Oh no. I have on the Patreon, like in the welcome pack, when people sign up to Patreon, they get the whole playlist. But yeah, I've got a lot of stuff. Got a lot of stuff here. Ah, the crack scene. Well, we do have one legit crack tune in here. Plastic Pop. Oh, it's a weird musical. It's a piano version. This is a famous crack tune from the Commodore days. And so here's someone doing a beautiful piano rendition of it. I feel cultured already. Mackie, did you watch that Cyberpunk 2077 video I sent you? I was cracking up looking at it, like, holy shit. I heard it was buggy, is what I heard, but I had no idea it was in that state. A gap under the right ear. We'll have a look when we get to it. I see. I see. If I had an infinite budget, would I hire in-betweeners and or inkers or only colorists? Maybe in-betweeners, yeah. Yeah, in-betweeners, I think. I'd still want to do all the keyframes myself. Have you ever listened to the music from Brandish 2 for the PC 98 or SNES? No. No, I haven't. Alright, let's make sure we got all the hair filled, because that's the trickiest bit to fill. Wow, what happened to her ear there? Looks like I was a fool. That's what happened. That's what happened. I was a fool. What is this? Leonardo the Ninja? I've never heard of that. I've heard this tune 100 times, but I've never heard of that game. And I've heard of every game on the Commodore 64. Every game. Oh. Looks like I messed that up as well, didn't I? So that should be that. There we go. Alright, I think that's the hair. Anything wrong, we can fix it as it arrives. We can cross that bridge when we arrive at the bridge. You wouldn't think it, but putting flat colours in takes bloody ages. Oh, come on. Alright, there is a gap. Fine. Ooh. Oh, there's a lot of gaps, and I know exactly why, but again, it's technical and I won't bore you with it. I didn't use multiply when applying my 3D helmet. Is the long and short of it. I never want to hear that again. We're getting there. Let this be a lesson to everyone. Don't put complicated stripe patterns on your clothes if you want to animate characters. It makes shots like this very difficult. Okay, so all that's fine. The hell is going on in chat? What's wrong with you people? I was in the zone. I wasn't watching. Oh yes, let's have some R-Type. Why don't we have some R-Type? Why not? I think we will. Mackie, after this we should go on VR chat. Get everyone from chat here to go on VR chat. We'll have a after stream meetup. Oh, she's up for it. You don't need a VR headset, chat. You can use desktop. I do. I don't have VR. I'm not rich. I just use the computer. I use the keyboard. Cause here's the problem. Yeah, it's 4 a.m. 5, 6, 7. So it's 3 hours until the shop's open. I don't have any food in the house. I'm hungry. I need something to take my mind off of hunger. So maybe we should do it. Maybe we should do it. What do you think? You've still got time to go download VR chat if you don't have it. It's free. Protein shake is a good idea, but I can't use the blender at 4 in the morning. It'll wake everyone up. How do we, like, seriously, do you want to do it? Do you want to do it, Mackie? Like, if we're actually going to do it, we need to figure out how people can find us in VR chat. I guess we just, like, post our names or something here, and then people can friend request us or something. It's America. It's your freedom to say testicles as much as you want. Imagine if your cat took you to the hospital to get your balls cut off. I think it's only fair. Let that be a lesson to us all. Try not to sit on your cojones tonight. Filling in these tiny little gaps is really annoying. Screw it, we'll leave them yellow. I'll fill these bits. I wonder... if I turn the lines off, can I? Yeah, I can. Simplifies things a bit. This song? What, the sewers? From Last Ninja? Puffy64, yeah. Try... what's it called? Remix64.org or whatever it is. They'll have it. I don't want these lines. I don't want these gaps. I don't want the that going through there like that. Ugh. Well, shit. Did you see that? Fine, have it your own way. Alright. I guess we'll just fill this quickly and then maybe call it a night for there. Is VR chat a go? I don't know. Maki, are you still here? What do you think? Okay. How do we do it then? Like, should I just like type my VR chat name into the chat here? Do you want to do that, or shall I just do that and people can then friend me and just press join or whatever? Or you can do it? Of course! Now, who knows what magical lands await us though? I have no idea. There you go. There's Mackie. All the UFO videos coming out recently. Well, we can discuss that on VR chat. Who knows? It's a strange one, that's for sure. It is a very strange one. And Q told Mackie personally that they were going to declassify the alien cheeks. Okay, we've almost finished filling the teeth so that they look healthy instead of British teeth. If only you could do this in real life. I'm not saying I have British teeth. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that at all. Okay, we'll call it a day here, I think. So, if you want to find Mackie on VR chat, that's Mackie-sama, Mackie-sama in the search function on VR chat, and I will be there with her in a few minutes once I've taken a quick piss. So I guess we'll call that a night for now. Thank you for joining me. Thank you, Mackie, for moderating and stuff. And shitposting. Very important. So, for those of you who are leaving us now, thank you. Have a good night. For those who want to go to the after party, I'll see you there. Cheerio for now.